Hey there, dear listener. It's late, isn't it? The world outside has finally decided to shut up for a few hours. Go ahead, make yourself comfortable. Maybe tug that warm blanket up a little higher, or let the soft hum of whatever fan or white noise machine you've got going wash over you. There's something oddly comforting about diving into the whispers of the past when everything else has gone quiet. Just breathe. You're safe, you're warm, and you're perfectly still. Let those nagging thoughts from today just drift away like smoke. Tonight, we're diving into a mystery that's been hanging around for centuries, stretching across thousands of miles of North American landscape. Picture this: gentle rolling hills carved out by ancient rivers, thick forests that have seen more history than any textbook. Hidden beneath all that green grass and tree cover are thousands, and I mean thousands, of monumental earthworks and burial mounds. They sit there in complete silence, these massive ancient structures, like sleeping giants waiting for someone to notice them. And for the longest time, people have been asking the same question that would probably keep you up at night if you thought about it too hard. Who the hell built these things? You see, the Ohio Valley, and pretty much all of eastern North America, is absolutely littered with these prehistoric earthworks. We're talking about thousands upon thousands of these constructions, built by some genuinely fascinating cultures: the Adena, the Hopewell, and later, the Mississippian peoples. And before you picture some guys with shovels just randomly piling up dirt, let me stop you right there. These were sophisticated, carefully planned constructions. They served as ceremonial centers, sacred burial sites, and some even aligned perfectly with astronomical events. Basically, these ancient folks had their act together in ways that would make modern city planners weep with envy. Now, as you sink a little deeper into whatever cozy spot you've claimed for the night, let me introduce you to another layer of this whole mystery, one that weaves through 19th century newspaper accounts, native oral traditions, and some genuinely bizarre archaeological reports. These stories, these persistent whispers from the past, keep circling back to one particularly unsettling suggestion: a race of giants. We're going to explore these tales exactly as they were reported back then, through the eyes of people who swore they saw what they saw. Later, much later, we can talk about what modern science thinks of all this. But for now, let's just listen to the old stories and see where they take us. Picture yourself picking up a local newspaper in the 1800s. You're probably expecting to read about crop prices or some local political scandal, but instead you find yourself staring at discoveries that would make your jaw hit the floor. The Springfield Daily Republic in 1888 reported on a skeleton that was a mind-bending 8 feet long, with proportions that suggested something you definitely wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. The Ohio Science Annual, in 1898, detailed findings near Reinersville, another giant skeleton, over 8 feet tall, found alongside ancient tools that looked like they were designed for hands much larger than yours. The Perrysburg Journal, in 1874, casually mentioned a 10-foot skeleton discovered in Paulding County, complete with weapons and artifacts that seemed scaled up for someone who could probably dunk a basketball without jumping. These weren't one-off stories that someone made up after too many drinks at the local tavern. The Dayton reports from 1904 described skeletons almost 9 feet tall, often found in gravel pits or buried right inside those very mounds we just talked about. The skulls were reportedly so large they could fit over an average person's head like some kind of prehistoric helmet. These accounts got compiled into popular works of the time, all pointing to what people called a prehistoric race of extraordinary stature, the giants of the Ohio Valley. Look, I'm not here to give you some dry academic lecture or beat you over the head with theories. Think of me as your slightly cynical friend who happens to know way too much about weird historical stuff. We're going on a calm, atmospheric journey together. I'll probably throw around words like perhaps, maybe, or likely, because while we've got facts, we've also got plenty of room for wonder and the kind of thoughtful speculation that makes for good late-night conversations. We'll let the sensory details wash over us, and I'll remind you to breathe now and then, just to keep you grounded and relaxed in the present moment. If you're enjoying this quiet dive into the weird corners of history, maybe consider giving this a like and hitting subscribe. And please, if the mood strikes you, leave a comment telling me where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there. It genuinely blows my mind that these hushed tales reach so many different ears in so many different time zones. There's something beautifully intimate about that shared curiosity across distance. Now, with the scene properly set, let us step into the Ohio Valley itself, into the sun-baked ridges and the cool, secret interiors of the earthworks, and listen, softly, to what the bones and the old newspapers once whispered into the night. Imagine standing with me there in the early morning Ohio Valley. The fog is doing that thing fog does best, being dramatically mysterious while also making everything slightly damp and uncomfortable. It's curling off these ancient earthworks like the world's slowest smoke machine. And you can feel that chill, damp air hitting your face in a way that makes you grateful for modern central heating. The ground beneath your feet doesn't just feel solid, it feels important. These aren't your typical landscape bumps that you'd barely notice while driving past. No, these are massive conical mounds reaching toward the sky like ancient skyscrapers, and geometric enclosures that stretch for acres with lines so precise they'd make a modern surveyor weep with professional envy. It's like the land itself has been holding its breath for centuries, waiting for someone to notice. Now, keep that mental picture nice and clear, because it's here we dive into one of those ideas that makes academics either very excited or very cranky, depending on which side of the tenure track they're on. We're talking about a proposed connection between these magnificent Ohio Valley earthworks, these henges and solar temples, and the ancient megalithic traditions way over in Europe. You know, places like Stonehenge and that mysterious beaker culture that archaeologists love to argue about at conferences. Here's the thing about these Ohio Valley earthworks, particularly the ones tied to the Hopewell culture. They weren't just some weekend project where a bunch of people got together and said, "Hey, let's move some dirt around." Oh no, we're talking about massive geometric enclosures, perfect circles, squares and octagons spread across the landscape like someone was playing the world's most ambitious game of geometric hopscotch. Sites like the Newark earthworks are the kind of constructions that make you wonder if these ancient folks had access to some really impressive project management software. They weren't just big, they were brilliant. Many of these structures were aligned with celestial events with an accuracy that would make modern astronomers nod in grudging respect, marking solstices and equinoxes like the world's first astronomical calendar. Mainstream archaeology, as you'd expect, gives full credit to the highly developed indigenous Adena and Hopewell cultures for these feats of engineering genius. And honestly, they deserve it. These were people who understood both earth-moving and star tracking in ways that put most of us to shame. But then, and there's always a but then in these stories, the whispers start. We're talking about those structural and cultural parallels that make you do a double take. The striking similarities between some of these Ohio Valley sites and ancient European megalithic structures. Picture the circular enclosures, the careful geometry, those henge-like forms that seem to follow some universal blueprint for how to build something impressively mysterious. You can see why some people might start connecting dots across an ocean. The book we're exploring tonight points to these visual and structural echoes, suggesting there might have been some kind of transatlantic influence, maybe even from the beaker people of Europe, who were apparently quite fond of traveling around and leaving their cultural fingerprints on things. The argument goes something like this, and I'm paraphrasing here, not making any grand pronouncements from my cozy corner of history. Consider the similarities, not just in their monumentality, but in the underlying geometric principles, the very spirit of their construction. Could it really be mere coincidence that a ditch and bank enclosure in Ohio bears such an uncanny resemblance to an ancient British earthwork? It's the kind of comparison that makes you pause mid-sip of whatever you're drinking and think, huh? That's actually kind of weird. Now, before anyone gets too excited about ancient transatlantic road trips, I should mention, and I'll say this as gently as possible, that mainstream archaeology tends to view the mound builders as a purely indigenous cultural development. They emphasize the unique evolution of these societies right here in North America, highlighting their distinct innovations and belief systems that developed without needing any European consultation. The specific idea of a Beaker to Ohio connection, while certainly fascinating to think about, tends to hang out more in the realm of alternative hypothesis literature, rather than the kind of stuff that gets you tenure at major universities. It's one of those theories that dances around the edges of established academic thinking, hinting at possibilities that haven't quite managed to convince the folks with the serious degrees and the peer review process. As that morning fog continues its slow retreat, imagine yourself taking a walk across one of these ancient sites. Go ahead and reach out. Place your hand on the cool, damp earth of one of those embankments. Feel its gentle curve, that deliberate rise from the surrounding landscape. You're literally touching something that was shaped by countless hands, built for a purpose we can only guess at while lying in our warm beds centuries later. Feel the vastness of the geometric design, the sheer scale of an undertaking that would probably require multiple environmental impact studies and a small army of engineers today. Close your eyes for a moment and just feel the geometry beneath your fingers. Think about the slow, patient labor of people who moved these massive amounts of earth, one basketful at a time, shaping their world with a precision that suggests they knew exactly what they were doing, even if we don't. What drove them to dedicate so much time, so much back-breaking effort, to structures that would outlast empires and still be puzzling the hell out of us thousands of years later? Who were these patient builders who apparently had nothing better to do than create geometric mysteries? And honestly, who really moved all that earth? From those geometric mysteries, our journey takes us north to the shores of Lake Superior. Picture yourself standing on those quiet, rocky coastlines, where the water stretches out like it's trying to convince you it's actually an ocean. The air has that crisp bite that makes you grateful for whatever jacket you remembered to bring, and all you can hear are gulls making their perpetually dramatic announcements to no one in particular. But here's the thing. If you know where to look, especially after a storm has stirred things up, you might catch something glinting in those ancient rocks. Native copper. Pure, gleaming, red gold metal, just sitting there like nature's own lost change. Now, tonight's tale takes us way deeper than just pretty rocks on a beach. We're diving into one of those claims that makes archaeologists either very excited or reach for their strongest coffee, depending on their disposition. What if, and stick with me here, ancient Mediterranean Amorite copper traders somehow found their way all the way to North America? Not just wandering around aimlessly, mind you, but making a beeline for the incredibly rich copper deposits of Isle Royale, that rugged chunk of land sitting in Lake Superior, like it's been waiting for visitors for millennia. And here's where it gets really wild. What if their copper extraction operation was so massive, they pulled out something like 500,000 tons of the stuff? Let's be clear about one thing. Isle Royale and the broader Lake Superior region were absolutely prehistoric copper central. We're talking about mining operations that would make modern industrial sites look like weekend garage projects. Picture deep pits carved into the earth, some going down 10 to 30 feet, all connected by tunnels that snake through the rock like some kind of ancient underground highway system. The Minong Belt on Isle Royale stretches for almost a mile. That's not casual prospecting. That's somebody running a serious business. Estimates suggest maybe 10,000 workers might have spent 1,000 years digging these pits, which puts our modern complaints about long commutes into perspective. And when our sourcebook talks about large volumes, it's not messing around. We're talking about claims of 500,000 tons of copper extracted from this region. This wasn't people picking up pretty pebbles for their rock collection. This was industrial-scale mining happening long before Europeans figured out North America even existed. But here's where our story takes a hard left turn into really interesting territory. According to our source material, some of these ancient finds weren't just your basic copper tools that you'd expect from local craftspeople. No, we're talking about Bronze Age-style weapons and artifacts with metallurgical signatures that supposedly scream Mediterranean vacation souvenir. Imagine flipping through detailed diagrams showing weapons from Isle Royale with tangs, those little projections that let you attach things to spear shafts, and mid-rib reinforcement. These are features that Bronze Age civilizations like the Egyptians, Hittites, and Hebrews were perfecting while most of the world was still figuring out basic agriculture. Finding these advanced techniques in North America is like discovering a smartphone in your grandmother's attic. Technically possible, but it raises some serious questions about the timeline. The claims get even wilder when you consider the supposed presence of zinc-copper alloy artifacts with distinctly Mediterranean signatures turning up in North American burial sites. Add to that whispers of Roman amphorae washing up from shipwrecks off the coast and Phoenician coins found near the Azores, and you've got yourself the makings of either the most amazing historical discovery ever or the most elaborate ancient prank in human history. Let me paint you a picture that's probably way more atmospheric than historically accurate. But bear with me. Imagine a group of ancient miners working deep in the earth, the cool rock pressing in around them like the world's most claustrophobic office. With one final swing of a stone hammer, because power tools were still a few thousand years away, someone strikes it rich. A massive piece of pure native copper, gleaming with that deep red that makes you understand why people used to think it was magical. This isn't ore that needs the medieval equivalent of a chemistry degree to process. This is pure, workable metal, just sitting there waiting to be shaped. You can almost hear the rhythmic thunk-thunk of stone tools against rock, the echoing shouts of, "Hey guys, come look at this," bouncing around the damp tunnels. Then comes the long, patient process of turning this raw treasure into something useful. Cold hammering, slowly shaping this prehistoric jackpot into tools or weapons that catch the light like frozen fire. It's hypnotic work, this ancient metallurgy, and probably the closest thing to meditation these folks had. Now, here's where I put on my responsible historian hat for a moment. We need to distinguish between what archaeologists generally agree on, the stuff that gets you tenure and respect at academic conferences, and the more adventurous interpretations that make for great late-night conversations. Mainstream archaeology absolutely confirms that prehistoric native peoples extensively mined copper in the Lake Superior region and used it in vast trade networks that would make modern logistics managers weep with envy. They were skilled artisans who created beautiful and functional objects that any modern metalworker would admire. That part is solid, peer-reviewed, textbook material. However, the theory about Mediterranean traders making transatlantic copper runs in the Bronze Age, that's what we politely call an alternative hypothesis. It's compelling, especially when you're looking at those detailed weapon diagrams, but it stretches significantly beyond what most scholars are comfortable accepting based on the current archaeological evidence. It's like having two different stories about the same vacation photos, one where you went to the local lake and another where you secretly traveled to Mars. Both explain the pictures, but one requires a lot more faith in the impossible. So as the imaginary sounds of ancient hammering fade into the gentle lapping of Lake Superior against those eternal stony shores, maybe let yourself wonder what it would have been like to see those hypothetical ships, whatever they might have been, arriving on this vast, unknown coastline. What desperate need or incredible ambition brought them here? And what stories, now lost to time and probably way more interesting than anything we can imagine, did they carry with them across impossible distances? Let that vision of ancient ships fade and a new one take its place. The sun's doing its dramatic exit over the Ohio Valley, turning everything those Instagram-worthy shades of orange and purple that make you wish your phone camera was better. You're standing at what used to be a dig site, and the air still has that distinctive smell of disturbed earth, kind of like your garden after it rains, but with a metallic tang from old tools that probably should have been retired decades ago. Picture this. It's the late 1800s, and this place is absolutely buzzing with activity. Newspaper reporters are frantically scribbling notes with fingers that were probably already ink-stained before they even picked up a pen. Occupational hazard of the pre-ballpoint era. Local farmers, still wearing dirt from their own fields, are pointing with weathered hands toward freshly disturbed ancient mounds, their eyes wide with the kind of expression you get when you find something genuinely weird in your basement. The lanterns cast those flickering shadows that make every ordinary rock look like it might be hiding ancient secrets, and every creak of timber from the makeshift trench supports sounds like the earth itself is trying to tell you something. Now, let me share some stories from back then. Tales straight from the yellowing pages of old newspapers and journals that would make even the most skeptical person pause mid-coffee sip. First up, Paulding County, Ohio, 1874. The Perrysburg Journal, which sounds like the kind of local paper that would normally be covering county fair results and complaints about neighbors' chickens, reports a discovery that would make your jaw literally drop. They're digging into one of those ancient mounds, probably expecting to find the usual pottery shards and maybe some arrowheads when they unearth a skeleton. But not just any skeleton. The jawbone was so absurdly large that a local guy, average height, probably the kind of fellow who'd fit comfortably in a modern airplane seat, could fit it completely over his own face like some kind of prehistoric helmet. Just pause and really picture that for a moment. You're holding this ancient mandible, and it's so massive it completely encases your chin, cheeks, probably half your forehead. The smell of centuries-old damp soil would have been clinging to everything, making the whole experience feel like you'd stumbled into someone else's very weird dream. Then there's this account of a skull that makes you question everything you thought you knew about human anatomy. Found somewhere near those earthworks we've been talking about, the reports describe it as the size of a wooden bucket. Now think about your typical household bucket, the kind you'd use to mop your kitchen, or maybe collect rainwater if you're into that whole sustainable living thing. Imagine a human skull that size. It's almost cartoonish, right? Like something a particularly ambitious special effects team would create for a B-movie about ancient aliens. But you can practically hear the collective intake of breath from the excavators, the kind of hushed holy crap whispers that happen when people encounter something that doesn't fit their understanding of reality. The evening air would have been still, except for maybe the flutter of a reporter's notebook pages in the breeze. But the sheer "what the hell is this" energy of the moment would have been thick enough to cut with a knife. And finally, there's this 1904 report from Ohio that reads like someone was trying to one-up every tall tale ever told. They unearthed a skeleton with long bones, femurs, tibias, all the major structural components, that were described as gigantically proportioned. We're talking about someone who would have easily stood 9 feet tall, the kind of height that would make modern NBA players feel inadequate. While the local Dayton reports don't always provide the atmospheric details that make for good storytelling, no mentions of creaking timbers or the scent of ancient earth, they consistently paint a picture of something that would have required custom doorways and really understanding friends. These weren't just exceptionally tall individuals who might have had a future in professional basketball. These were beings whose very bone structure seemed to operate by different rules than the rest of humanity. Here's the thing that makes all this even weirder. These aren't one-off stories that some bored journalist made up during a slow news week. These accounts of oversized jawbones, bucket-sized skulls, and skeletons that would make you crane your neck to make eye contact were reported repeatedly across decades. They're preserved in newspaper archives and local historical society records like a broken record of impossibility. Farmers kept accidentally digging them up. Amateur archaeologists kept stumbling across them. And even some early academics, the kinds of people who were supposed to know better, kept finding evidence that didn't fit the textbooks. But here's where it gets complicated. 19th century preservation and documentation standards were, shall we say, about as reliable as your internet connection during a storm. Many of these incredible specimens had careers shorter than most reality TV shows. Some were indeed shipped off to major institutions like the Smithsonian or Carnegie museums, where they were catalogued, studied, and then promptly filed away in the kind of bureaucratic limbo that makes important things disappear into institutional black holes. Others crumbled to dust the moment they hit fresh air, like vampires in sunlight but with less dramatic flair. Some were reburied out of respect for the dead, often in unmarked graves that basically guaranteed they'd become the stuff of local legend rather than scientific study. And then there are the countless specimens that just vanished, removed by enthusiastic but careless treasure hunters, lost during construction projects, or simply forgotten as farmland changed hands and memories faded. It's a perfect example of a time when archaeological practices prioritize the thrill of discovery over the boring but crucial work of systematic preservation, leading to the tragic loss of evidence that might have answered questions we're still asking today. As the imaginary dusk deepens and our fictional dig site settles into quiet, let that strange mixture of wonder and unease wash over you. It's that particular feeling you get when confronting something that challenges everything you thought you knew about the world. Part curiosity, part excitement, part, maybe I don't want to know the answer to this question. And now, take a slow breath. Let those images drift away like smoke from an old campfire as we move on to the next chapter of our story, leaving these mysteries to rest in the peaceful darkness where they've been waiting all along. From those Ohio mysteries, our journey takes us east to what we now call the Empire State. Picture yourself standing in one of those upstate New York farm fields. You know, the kind with soil so dark and rich it looks like chocolate cake mix, smelling of centuries of things growing, dying, and composting themselves into agricultural gold. It's probably spring, and some farmer is out there with his plow, cutting neat furrows through the earth like he's been doing every year since forever. Then suddenly, thunk, the blade hits something that definitely isn't a rock, something that makes a different sound, a hollow kind of thunk that sends a little chill up your spine. As the soil falls away, there's a flash of white, bone, and not the kind left behind by last winter's unfortunate deer. This is where New York starts telling its own tall tales, literally. According to various 19th century accounts that probably made for excellent dinner party conversation, New York was apparently the ancient equivalent of a basketball recruiting hotspot. We're talking multiple reports scattered across different counties of skeletons with gigantic proportions found in burial mounds, sometimes arranged in circular patterns like they were having the world's most exclusive and final team meeting. These weren't just your garden variety tall folks who might have had trouble finding pants that fit. These were consistently reported as 8 to 9 feet tall, which would make modern NBA players look up to them with genuine respect. Let me share one of these quietly unsettling reports with you. Picture a crisp autumn day in Cayuga County around 1888. Some local antiquarian, probably the kind of guy who collected weird stuff and called it research, is watching a farmer dig a new well when they make this discovery. His notes read something like, "On carefully examining the jaw, the teeth were sound but remarkably large, and the angle of the jaw was such as to indicate a skull of extraordinary size." The farmer, a man of average height, attempted to fix the jaw upon his own face and found it would completely surround his chin and lower jaw. You can practically feel the autumn chill in the air, see the farmer's breath fogging as he tries to wrap his head around holding something that could literally wrap around his head. The sheer impossibility of the scale. Maybe later that day, some museum curator gets a telegram describing a skull of prodigious dimensions, quite beyond ordinary human size, discovered near Lake Ontario. These weren't just big bones. They suggested an entirely different way of existing in the world, from the angle a skull would sit on shoulders to the massive enamel of teeth designed for a diet we can only guess at. Now, here's where things get a bit like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle when half the pieces have been eaten by your dog, and the other half are from completely different puzzles. 19th century antiquarians and newspaper reporters approached documentation with all the scientific rigor of a Wikipedia editor having a really enthusiastic day. Some accounts were meticulously detailed, others read like they were auditioning for a Victorian-era tabloid, and quite a few were probably embellished every time they got retold at the local tavern. This makes modern assessment about as reliable as your weather app's 7-day forecast. It's like trying to figure out what actually happened at your friend's party based on a collection of drunk texts, blurry photos, and second-hand stories from people who may or may not have actually been there. But here's the thing that keeps nagging at you: the consistent reporting of extreme size. These weren't isolated, oops, I measured wrong incidents, or someone trying to impress the local newspaper. The frequent recurrence of such descriptions across different papers, different years, different counties suggests something was definitely happening. For instance, the Troy Times in 1893 reported on a 10-foot skeleton discovered in a mound in Tioga County, complete with details suggesting it was part of some larger burial complex that someone had put considerable effort into creating. The sheer volume of these accounts, even accounting for 19th century enthusiasm for sensational stories, creates this persistent narrative that refuses to just go away quietly. As the last rays of sunlight fade and that New York farm field settles into the kind of peaceful quiet that makes you appreciate indoor heating, try to imagine that moment of discovery. The farmer, probably still holding that oversized jawbone with the kind of careful reverence you'd use for something that fundamentally challenges your understanding of reality. His breath curling in the cold air like visible proof of his shock and wonder. It's the kind of silence that speaks volumes, an ancient secret briefly exposed before the earth claims it back. Take a slow breath out. Let the weight of these discoveries, these whispers from the Empire State, settle gently into your thoughts like snow on quiet fields. From the quiet fields of New York, our story travels to the Pennsylvania countryside on one of those perfect autumn days where the air has that crisp bite that makes you want to buy an overpriced pumpkin spice latte just to fit in with the season. The leaves are doing their annual death performance in brilliant reds and golds, and there's this massive oak tree, the kind that's been standing there since before your great-great-great-grandmother was even a twinkle in someone's eye. We're talking about a tree that's been watching Pennsylvania happen for about 500 years, which means it's basically seen everything from Native American settlements to the birth of cheesesteaks. And beneath this ancient oak, according to the tales we're about to explore, someone decided to dig a grave. Now, the Keystone State has some absolutely wild stories to tell, and they make those New York discoveries look like amateur hour. Pennsylvania's contribution to the giant skeleton narrative includes some of the most dramatic accounts you'll find anywhere in these old records. Picture this. Sometime in the 19th century, according to regional newspaper reports and antiquarian accounts that have been compiled in various encyclopedias of the unusual, excavators working beneath that 500-year-old oak tree uncovered something that would make even the most seasoned archaeologist question their career choices. An 11-foot skeleton, 11 feet. That's not just tall, that's custom door frame and really understanding friends, tall. It's the kind of height that would make you the automatic winner of every "how's the weather up there" joke competition. But Pennsylvania wasn't done showing off. The compiled sources also include reports of what might be even more remarkable: mummified remains. Picture finding what appears to be a preserved torso, described in these 19th century accounts as belonging to someone who would have stood 8 to 9 feet tall when they were, using their legs for walking instead of lying around in ancient graves. The preservation was apparently so good that you could still make out details that had no business surviving centuries underground. These weren't just bones that had been picked clean by time and soil chemistry. These were remains that looked like someone had just decided to take a really, really long nap. The thing about mummified remains is that they create this weird time travel effect where the past suddenly feels uncomfortably recent. Bones are one thing, they're abstract, clinical, easy to think of as artifacts. But preserved tissue? That's when your brain starts making connections it maybe doesn't want to make, like, this was a person who had bad days and probably complained about the weather just like I do. Now, here's where the story gets complicated in that particularly 19th century way. The records vary wildly on what actually happened to these remarkable specimens after their brief moment in the spotlight. Some accounts suggest that certain remains were carefully packaged and sent off to museums, where they presumably joined the ranks of other inexplicable things, gathering dust in storage rooms. Others describe a more frustrating fate, specimens that simply crumbled to dust the moment they were exposed to fresh air, like some kind of archaeological vampire effect. And then there are the remains that were apparently reburied, either out of respect for the dead, or because nobody quite knew what to do with evidence that didn't fit their understanding of normal human proportions. It's worth noting that these Pennsylvania tales, like all the stories we've been exploring tonight, should be appreciated more for their mood than their definitive historical verdict. What's fascinating isn't necessarily whether every single measurement was accurate, or every single account was reported with modern scientific precision. What matters is how these stories absolutely captured 19th century imaginations. Picture the effect these discoveries had on people whose world was much smaller and more predictable than ours. No internet, no National Geographic documentaries, no easy way to verify or debunk extraordinary claims. When your local newspaper reported that someone had dug up an 11-foot skeleton beneath an ancient oak tree, that became the most interesting thing that had happened in your county possibly ever. These Pennsylvania accounts contribute to a larger tapestry of American folklore that the book we're exploring tonight has compiled, a collection of persistent stories that seem to suggest something unusual was happening across multiple states and multiple decades. Whether you believe in literal giants or prefer to think of these as exaggerated accounts of particularly tall individuals, unusual burial practices, or simple measurement errors amplified by enthusiastic reporting, they represent a fascinating glimpse into how 19th century Americans made sense of their mysterious prehistoric past. And really, when you think about it, there's something beautifully romantic about the idea of that ancient oak tree keeping its secrets for 5 centuries, its roots intertwined with the bones of the past, until one day, someone with a shovel and too much curiosity decided to see what stories the earth was hiding. It's the kind of discovery that makes you wonder what other secrets are sleeping quietly beneath our feet, waiting for the right autumn day and the right curious person to bring them back into the light. Let that Pennsylvania autumn vibe fade, and instead, picture yourself cozied up next to one of those perfect winter fires, the kind that crackles just right and makes you feel like you're in a Hallmark commercial. The air smells like wood smoke and stories. Comforting in that way that makes you grateful for central heating, but also nostalgic for something you never actually experienced. We're done digging through musty newspaper archives for the moment. Now we're listening. And I mean really listening, with the kind of respect you'd show your grandmother when she's telling you something important. We're tuning into voices that have been carrying history, not in dusty books or faded print, but in the living rhythm of spoken words, passed down through generations like precious family recipes that you're not allowed to write down. Picture tribal elders around that fire, their voices carrying the weight of centuries, sharing what they call cultural memory. These aren't just campfire stories designed to keep kids from wandering off into the woods. This is serious business, the kind of narrative DNA that shapes entire communities. Now, our source book dives headfirst into this fascinating collection of Native American legends, particularly from the Chippewa, Shawnee, and other tribes, that describes something that sounds like it came straight out of a fantasy novel, full-scale wars with a race of giants. And we're not talking about your garden variety tall guy who played basketball in high school giants. These descriptions get weirdly specific. Giants who were white-skinned or had striking red or yellow hair, which definitely wasn't the usual neighborhood aesthetic. According to these oral traditions, we're dealing with what appears to be a formidable, possibly non-indigenous race that had set up shop on the continent in ancient times. The legends don't just mention casual disagreements or territory disputes. They describe serious warfare, organized campaigns of displacement, and in some cases, what sounds suspiciously like systematic extermination efforts. Let me share a paraphrase of one of these tales. And I want to be clear here. I'm not presenting this as a literal historical documentary, but as a window into powerful cultural memory that's been polished smooth by countless retellings. Imagine an elder's voice, low and hypnotic, carrying the weight of ancestral knowledge. Long ago, when the earth was still figuring out its current arrangement, there came to this land a people who were different. They were tall, not just NBA tall, but so tall their heads could brush the branches of the ancient trees without them even trying. Their skin was pale like winter moonlight, and their hair, the stories say, gleamed like autumn leaves or prairie fire. They were powerful, and they came not as visitors, but as rulers. But their ways clashed with ours like thunder and lightning, and the very land began to shudder under their heavy footsteps. The stories tell of a great war, a final battle that made the mountains shake and turned the lakes into churning cauldrons. Our ancestors, though physically smaller, fought with the kind of fierce determination that comes from defending your home. And while the mastodons, those magnificent shaggy giants of the Ice Age, watched from distant hills like ancient referees, the earth itself seemed to open up and swallow these giants, or they were driven from the land with a promise never to return. The land remembers their passage. Pretty intense stuff, right? Here's the thing that makes this particularly fascinating. These oral traditions aren't just quaint folklore that gets trotted out for tourist entertainment. Within indigenous cultures, they're considered vital and credible historical records, encompassing everything from creation myths to genealogies to detailed accounts of land use, battles, and interactions with other peoples, including these persistent references to giants. For many tribes, these oral histories form the absolute foundation of their cultural identity. They're so respected that they've even been recognized in legal contexts. The Mi'kmaq tribe's oral traditions were actually accepted by the Supreme Court of Canada in cases involving land and hunting rights, which is basically the legal system saying, yes, we believe your grandparents' stories are legitimate historical evidence. So, when we encounter these tales of white-skinned or red-haired giants and narratives of intense conflict, it's not some desperate attempt to explain away weird archaeological discoveries or create ancient alien theories. This represents deep cultural memory, a persistent thread in the tapestry of indigenous history that's been maintained for centuries. These stories might not always qualify as single-source evidence, in the way Western academic institutions prefer their documentation, but they function as powerful, enduring narratives that shaped the collective memory and mythological landscape of these peoples. They offer us a glimpse into a time before anyone was keeping written records, into profound cultural shifts and major conflicts that left such an impact. They became part of the spiritual and historical DNA of entire nations. As that imaginary fire continues to crackle and the night sounds settle around you like a comfortable blanket, I want you to picture the very landscape we've been talking about throughout this journey. Those mountains, valleys, and ancient earthworks. Imagine them as witnesses, carrying their own memories in every contour and quiet hollow. The land doesn't forget, dear listener. It holds these stories in its bones, in the way the wind moves through old-growth forests and in the silence of ancient burial grounds. And as you drift deeper into whatever comfortable space you've carved out for yourself tonight, maybe the land itself will whisper some of its secrets to you in a language that predates words and speaks directly to that part of your mind that remembers what it means to listen. Leaving that cozy fireside chat behind, let your imagination step into what basically amounts to nature's most epic fantasy movie. Picture a massive prehistoric plain, the kind that stretches to the horizon in every direction, all shrouded in this soft, dreamy mist that makes everything look like it's been Instagram filtered by Mother Nature herself. In this ancient world, enormous beasts are wandering around like they own the place. Which, let's be honest, they probably did. Their massive shapes move through the swirling vapor like living mountains, and alongside them, maybe even riding them like the world's most impractical public transportation, are towering humans whose silhouettes look like they stepped out of a fever dream. It's the kind of scene that makes you think maybe whoever designed video game worlds wasn't being that creative after all. Now, our sourcebook takes another deep dive into those rich Native American oral traditions and early American accounts. And this is where things get so fantastical, they make Marvel movies look like documentaries. We're talking about legends that describe giants not just casually hanging out with megafauna like they're at the world's weirdest petting zoo, but actually domesticating and using mastodons and mammoths as beasts of burden. Picture this: giants treating massive extinct elephants like we treat pickup trucks. Just cruising around the North American continent on the backs of creatures that could step on a modern SUV and not even notice. It's a concept that instantly makes every fantasy epic look like amateur hour, something so ridiculously grand it makes Lord of the Rings seem understated. These stories are woven deep into indigenous storytelling traditions, passed down through generations like the world's most incredible family legends, and then retold in various 19th century compilations by people who were probably wondering if they'd accidentally stumbled into the most amazing tall tale collection ever assembled. Of course, the part of your brain that's currently nice and warm under whatever blanket you've claimed for the evening immediately starts asking the practical questions. Did mastodons and mammoths actually exist in North America? Absolutely. 100% yes. Paleontology has this one locked down tight. These magnificent, shaggy behemoths definitely roamed the North American continent during the late Pleistocene era, and they absolutely coexisted with early human populations. So the basic premise of humans and giant elephants sharing the same real estate, that part checks out completely according to mainstream science. However, and this is where we gently pump the brakes on our cinematic vision before it gets completely out of hand, mainstream archaeological and paleontological evidence provides exactly zero support for the idea that humans, regardless of their height, ever managed to domesticate mastodons or mammoths. When you really think about the logistics involved in trying to house train something the size of a small apartment building, it becomes clear why this might have been challenging. While there's plenty of well-documented evidence of human interaction with these creatures, mainly in the form of "we hunted them for dinner," the concept of saddling one up for your morning commute remains firmly planted in the realm of really compelling folklore. But here's what makes this absolutely fascinating. Even without concrete scientific proof of giant humans running a prehistoric Uber service with mastodons, the very existence of these legends is incredibly significant. These stories represent profound cultural memory among indigenous peoples, narratives that clearly preserve the knowledge that truly massive animals once shared the landscape with humans. It's a deep, visceral memory of megafauna that's been carefully maintained through their oral traditions. Whether giants literally rode mastodons around like they were competing in the world's most extreme rodeo or not, the fact that these extinct creatures are so prominently featured in their legends suggests an intimate historical connection. A time when these awe-inspiring animals were a living, breathing, probably very loud part of their everyday world. These aren't just random stories someone made up because they were bored on a long winter evening. They're powerful echoes of an incredibly distant past, carefully preserved through generations of oral history, like the world's most important family heirlooms. So as you settle deeper into whatever comfortable spot you've claimed for tonight, let's allow that image to gently take root in your imagination. A prehistoric plain where soft mist swirls around like nature's own special effects, and there stands an enormous, shaggy mastodon. Its breath creates little puffs of steam in the cool air, and its massive, intelligent eye, probably the size of a dinner plate, meets yours with the kind of ancient wisdom that makes you feel like you're looking at something that understood the world in ways we've completely forgotten. And then, a human hand, perhaps considerably larger than what you'd expect to see at your local coffee shop, reaches out with surprising gentleness and touches the creature's trunk. The giant beast pauses, its massive frame somehow conveying a sense of understanding and cooperation. A silent communication passing between this awe-inspiring human and the ancient animal that speaks to a relationship we can barely imagine today. It's like the ultimate bedtime story from a time when the world was vast, mysteries were commonplace, and the line between reality and legend was beautifully, impossibly fuzzy around the edges. Now, let's step away from those epic prehistoric scenes and zoom in on something much more personal. Picture this, a moonlit barn that smells like old hay and decades of honest farm work. The kind of place where you'd expect to find rusty tools and maybe a cat that judges you for disturbing its midnight mouse hunting schedule. But tonight, there's something unusual on the rough wooden table in the center. A jawbone, laid out carefully on a dark cloth, like it's being presented for some kind of twisted dental exam. The teeth catch the pale moonlight, gleaming brighter than they have any right to after centuries underground. And as you lean in for a closer look, because of course you're going to look closer, despite every horror movie you've ever seen, you realize these teeth aren't arranged the way you'd expect from someone who probably never heard of orthodontics. There's a pattern here that's distinctly, uncomfortably wrong. A double row of teeth. This unsettling image sets up what might be the most consistently weird detail in our entire collection of giant finds. Skeletons that apparently came equipped with dental upgrades that would make modern dentists either very excited or very confused. These accounts of double-toothed giants pop up repeatedly throughout 19th century records, showing up in places like Vermont, New York, and Ohio, with the kind of stubborn persistence that makes you wonder if someone was running a very specialized practical joke across multiple states and decades. See, up until now, you might have been picturing these giants as basically regular humans who just happen to need really tall door frames and custom furniture. But double rows of teeth, that's when things get genuinely alien. Take Vermont, for instance, where multiple accounts describe discoveries from burial mounds that included individuals with what the reports diplomatically call unusual dentition, which is basically Victorian-era speak for holy crap, look at all these teeth. Then we hop over to New York, where similar reports keep surfacing like some kind of dental déjà vu. There's this particularly well-documented case from Tioga County that gets cited repeatedly in antiquarian journals, describing skeletons with two distinct rows of teeth, both upper and lower, which sounds like something you'd find in a shark, not a human, no matter how tall they were. And naturally, Ohio, which has basically been the MVP of weird skeleton discoveries throughout our entire journey, contributes its own chapter to this dental mystery. Records from various counties keep mentioning this bizarre feature alongside their standard, "this person was freakishly tall" observations. Compilations of mound excavation reports, especially from southern Ohio, are filled with references to jaw structures that were beyond the typical scope of human variation, which is academic speak for, we have absolutely no idea what we're looking at, sometimes getting very specific about finding double sets of incisors and molars. This wasn't just some random one-off discovery that got blown out of proportion by an enthusiastic newspaper reporter having a slow news day. This is a recurring, almost aggressively consistent detail that keeps demanding attention, like that friend who won't stop bringing up their weird dream from last week. Now, here's where we take a brief, gentle detour into modern dental science, because believe it or not, the human mouth occasionally does some pretty weird things. There's actually a condition called supernumerary teeth. Basically, when your mouth decides that the standard number of teeth just isn't ambitious enough and starts growing extras. Sometimes these appear as what looks like an extra row, though it's relatively rare and usually involves just a few bonus teeth rather than a complete backup dental system. So the concept isn't completely outside the realm of biological possibility. However, what makes our book's compilation so striking isn't that extra teeth can occasionally happen. It's the sheer repetition of these very specific descriptions in accounts of giant skeletons across different geographical areas and time periods. The The book basically points to this pattern and says, look, maybe one or two reports of double-toothed giants could be explained away as medical anomalies or exaggerated storytelling. But when you see this specific detail showing up consistently across decades of independent reports, it starts to feel like something more than coincidence. It treats this consistency not as definitive proof of anything, but as a compelling pattern that deserves serious attention rather than casual dismissal. Let's really lean into one of these detailed reports for a moment. Picture the quiet aftermath of an archaeological discovery. The air still thick with dust that tastes vaguely of centuries and secrets. The scraping sound of the archaeologist's trowel finally silent after hours of careful excavation. You're leaning in close to examine the jaw under the soft, flickering glow of a lantern that probably should have been replaced hours ago. What you notice isn't just that this dental arcade is impressively large. It's the unsettling precision of that second row, perfectly aligned behind the first like some kind of biological backup system that was designed rather than evolved. Outside the barn, the green field stretches away into darkness. So quiet you can hear individual cricket conversations and the occasional philosophical hoot of an owl who's probably wondering why humans insist on digging up things that were perfectly content staying buried. In that moment, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of rural nightlife, this dental anomaly stops feeling like just another medical curiosity and starts feeling like a deliberate signature from people who operated by completely different biological rules. So as you settle deeper into whatever cozy nest you've built for tonight, safe and warm, and probably grateful that your own teeth are arranged in the standard, socially acceptable single-row configuration, let your mind drift over this image, an ancient jawbone catching moonlight in a quiet barn, its double rows of teeth gleaming like some kind of prehistoric dental statement we don't quite understand. It's the kind of mystery that makes you question whether the past was populated by people who were fundamentally different from us in ways we haven't even begun to imagine. Rest easy and let this peculiar dental pattern float gently into that collection of ancient puzzles that make the night feel just a little more mysterious than it did when you first settled in to listen. From that dental nightmare, let's dive into something that's somehow even weirder. Picture yourself in one of those quiet, slightly dusty studies that smells like old books and forgotten secrets. You know, the kind of room where professors probably go to contemplate their life choices. There's a skull carefully positioned on a piece of dark velvet cloth, like it's being presented for some kind of macabre award ceremony. The skull is obviously ancient, its surface polished smooth by centuries of just hanging out underground, minding its own business. But as you lean in for a closer look, because let's face it, you're definitely going to look closer, you notice something that makes your brain do that record scratch thing. Just above where the eyebrows would have been, there are small bony nodules poking out, almost like fossilized ideas that someone's ancient thoughts accidentally turned into bone. These aren't your typical bumps or the kind of irregularities you might expect from someone who never heard of a helmet. These are distinct, purposeful-looking, almost horn-like formations. This is where our expedition into the genuinely bizarre gets turned up to 11, venturing into territory that some folks have dramatically labelled the Mark of the Nephilim, which sounds like either a really intense metal band or the title of a History Channel special at 3 a.m. Our sourcebook compiles some accounts that are so strange, they make everything we've discussed so far look practically normal. We're talking about skulls that were dug up in places like Pennsylvania and Massachusetts that apparently came with their own built-in horn upgrades, featuring distinct bony protrusions jutting out right above the forehead, like nature decided to experiment with medieval punk aesthetics. Consider what happened in Bradbury, Pennsylvania, according to those old regional reports that someone actually bothered to write down instead of just posting about on whatever the 1800s equivalent of social media was. They found a skull that was described as having bony eminences 2 inches in length, resembling horns projecting above the forehead. 2 inches. That's not some subtle bump you might miss if you weren't paying attention. That's a legitimate horn situation that would definitely affect your hat buying experience. These were clearly defined bony growths extending from places where skulls are supposed to be smooth and non-horn-like. Then we travel east to Massachusetts, where apparently the weird skull trend was catching on. Near Bradford, a burial site yielded skulls that exhibited two distinct bone protuberances, like small horns, just above the orbital sockets, which is scientific speak for right where horns would go if humans were supposed to have horns. The eyewitness descriptions, carefully recorded by local antiquarians who were probably wondering if they'd accidentally stumbled into some kind of supernatural prank, consistently mention these bizarre formations. Some even included sketches, because apparently trying to draw inexplicable bone horns seemed like the logical next step in documenting the impossible. Now, before your rational brain completely short-circuits trying to process human skulls with horns, let's take a gentle detour through modern medical explanations, because science does actually have some thoughts on this topic. There are several possible naturalistic explanations for bony growths appearing on skulls that don't involve ancient humans moonlighting as demons. These can include things like cranial exostoses, which are basically just bony outgrowths that sometimes happen for no particularly dramatic reason, or various pathologies like osteomas, or even certain rare genetic conditions that can cause unusual bone formations in places where you wouldn't normally expect extra bone. There's also the well-documented practice of intentional cranial modification, where ancient cultures deliberately reshaped skulls for cultural or aesthetic reasons, though this typically results in elongation or flattening, rather than what looks like someone was trying to cosplay as a mythological creature. Our sourcebook, however, while politely acknowledging that these medical explanations exist, really wants to emphasize just how unusual and frequent these specific reports of horn-like features are, especially when they keep showing up in connection with abnormally large skeletal remains. The book doesn't claim to have all the answers, but it does present these findings as strikingly anomalous features that keep popping up across different locations in ways that apparently defied easy explanation by 19th century standards. What the book is really highlighting is the sheer strangeness of these discoveries and their persistent connection to the whole giants walking among us narrative that we've been exploring. As you settle deeper into whatever comfortable nest you've created for tonight, safe and warm and probably grateful that your own forehead is reassuringly smooth and horn-free, imagine the profound hush that would follow the discovery of something like this. Picture the careful, almost reverent way someone would handle an ancient skull, running their fingers over its surface that's been smoothed by centuries of patient burial, only to encounter those small, hard bumps of bone that shouldn't exist. The very air around such a discovery would seem to hold its breath, as if the universe itself was pausing to consider the implications. Maybe there's sunlight streaming through a dusty window, illuminating particles dancing in the air and creating this soft, almost sacred glow around this deeply unsettling artifact. It's the kind of image that fundamentally challenges everything you thought you knew about human anatomy and makes you wonder if the past was populated by people who operated according to completely different biological rules than the ones we take for granted. Rest easy and let this peculiar mark from a stranger past drift gently into those quiet spaces in your mind where mysteries go to be pondered in peaceful darkness. Let's carefully pack away those horned skulls and double-toothed mysteries into our growing collection of things that definitely weren't covered in high school biology. Now, imagine you're playing detective, but instead of dusting for fingerprints at a crime scene, you're examining ancient skulls like you're trying to solve the world's oldest cold case. Every ridge, every curve, every tiny measurement becomes a clue in this massive cryptic map that traces human migrations and evolutionary twists across time periods, so vast they make your entire family tree look like a houseplant. We're basically trying to read the story of humanity written in bone, like attempting to decode the biography of a river by studying every twist and turn in its course. So our source book decides it's time to get fancy and slap some official-sounding scientific labels on these genuinely bizarre remains we've been exploring. It moves way beyond just, wow, that person was really tall, and holy crap, look at all those teeth, to propose something that sounds like it came straight out of a genetics textbook that got a little too creative after coffee. The book suggests that maybe, just maybe, some of these skulls, particularly the ones attached to those giant skeletons, are actually evidence of Neanderthal hybrid lineages. We're talking about skulls that supposedly show this fascinating cocktail of features. Some traits that scream archaic human, others that point to dynamic types, known for having distinctively high, flattened backs of their heads, like nature's way of giving them built-in aerodynamics. And even some Cro-Magnon characteristics thrown into the mix for good measure. It's basically suggesting these individuals were carrying around some seriously ancient genetic software, maybe even representing a hybrid branch of humanity, from back when the species boundaries were about as clear as your vision after staying up too late reading weird historical accounts. The book really dives deep into the skull measuring business, getting all technical about comparing cranial features of these supposed giant skulls to various known archaic human types. For example, it might spend considerable time discussing the robust supraorbital tori, which is basically academic speak for really prominent brow ridges that could probably deflect small projectiles, or analysing the overall shape of the cranial vault, which in some cases apparently leans more toward what you'd expect from earlier hominids, rather than your standard issue Homo sapiens sapiens. It's this compelling, if highly speculative, reconstruction that suggests these towering individuals might have been walking around with genetic combinations that allowed for both their impressive height and these distinctly archaic cranial characteristics, like they were running some kind of beta version of human anatomy. Now, let me take a moment to gently introduce some actual science into this conversation, because this is where mainstream academic thinking tends to politely clear its throat and suggest we might want to pump the brakes a little. Modern genetic research has actually confirmed something pretty fascinating. There really is Neanderthal DNA mixed into the genetic makeup of all non-African human populations today. This means that way back in the day, our ancestors definitely had some romantic encounters with Neanderthals that left a lasting genetic legacy in pretty much everyone whose family didn't exclusively hang out in Africa. So the whole concept of hybrid individuals isn't complete fantasy. It's just that the reality is a lot more subtle than what our book is proposing. However, and this is where we need to apply some serious reality checking, mainstream scientific evidence absolutely does not support the idea of large-bodied Neanderthal human hybrids strutting around pre-Columbian North America like some kind of prehistoric basketball league. The Neanderthal portion of modern human genomes typically shows up in fairly subtle ways. Maybe slightly different immune system responses, or small variations in facial features, not in 9-foot-tall people with backup dental systems who apparently needed custom door frames. So while our book uses all these discussions of skull typologies, throwing around terms like archaic, dynaric, and Cro-Magnon, like it's ordering from a very specialized anthropological menu, and these speculative Neanderthal hybrid theories to explain the large and anomalous skeletal discoveries, it's really presenting what amounts to a very creative speculative reconstruction. It's connecting dots in a way that creates a compelling narrative framework for these strange findings, using legitimate anthropological terminology, but stretching those concepts way beyond what current mainstream genetic research actually supports. Think of it like someone taking a perfectly good recipe and then adding ingredients that technically exist but probably shouldn't go together, creating something that might be interesting but definitely wasn't what the original chef had in mind. As you settle deeper into whatever cozy fortress you've built for tonight, safe and warm, and probably grateful that your own genetic makeup doesn't require special accommodations from furniture manufacturers, let's picture something beautiful. Layers of bone not just as individual artifacts, but as chapters in an ancient manuscript where earlier stories have been partially erased to make room for new ones, but traces of the old narratives still shine through. Each skull becomes a page in this vast book of human history. Some passages are crystal clear, sharply defined by millions of years of evolution and natural selection. Others are smudged and faded, hinting at older stories, at ancient crossroads and connections that might have shaped humanity in ways we're only beginning to understand, like trying to read a love letter that's been through the washing machine. And with that thought, let your curiosity settle gently into the quiet spaces of the night. Let all the scientific debates and speculative theories dissolve into peaceful darkness, leaving only the soft echo of mysteries that probably have much simpler explanations than we want to admit. We've taken this wild ride through the absolutely bizarre corners of forgotten history, encountered jawbones that could moonlight as motorcycle helmets, teeth that would make orthodontists question their career choices, and skulls that apparently came with built-in horn accessories. It's been a journey through reports that make you wonder if maybe your high school history textbook left out some really important chapters. And now we've arrived at that special moment where the academic establishment clears its throat, adjusts its reading glasses, and delivers what they like to call the official story, which usually sounds a lot like, "Move along, nothing to see here." So let's talk about the institutional record, shall we? You'd think that with all these reports of towering skeletons floating around for over a century, there'd be some kind of clear, consistent narrative from our major museums and academic institutions. You know, the places we trust to keep track of important historical stuff and occasionally display it behind glass with little educational placards. But here's where things get interesting. Our sourcebook suggests, with what I'd call a healthy dose of academic side-eye, that official bodies have historically been pretty good at downplaying, misinterpreting, or just straight up losing evidence that doesn't fit neatly into the established archaeological narrative. It's like trying to find your car keys when you're already late for work. They might be there somewhere, but good luck convincing anyone who wasn't there when you put them down. Enter someone like Don Dragoo, a genuinely respected archaeologist from the Carnegie Museum, who wasn't some random guy with a shovel and too much free time. In his professional reports, you'll find mentions of unequivocally large skeletons that can't be dismissed as measurement errors or enthusiastic journalism. For example, from the Cresat Mound, he documented a skeleton that measured approximately 7.2 feet tall. This isn't some fuzzy estimate from a local newspaper reporter trying to sell papers. This is documentation from a trained professional working for a major institution that people actually trust to keep track of our cultural heritage. And both the Carnegie and Smithsonian institutions have their own archival documentation of other impressively large skeletons recovered from various mound sites scattered across the country. These aren't isolated incidents reported by farmers who may or may not have been sampling their own moonshine. These are records from the very institutions we depend on to curate and preserve our understanding of the past. But our book doesn't stop at just collecting anecdotal evidence, even from highly credible sources. It goes full nerd mode and includes a statistical analysis that basically argues the sheer number of documented skeleton finds over 7 feet tall is so statistically improbable, it's almost mathematically impossible if we're talking about pure chance. Independent researchers, like Greg Little, have conducted their own number crunching that suggests these clusters of very large skeleton reports far exceed what you'd expect from normal human variation and typical population sizes. This isn't just about finding one or two really tall people who happen to live a long time ago. It's about a consistent pattern that, when you actually run the numbers, completely breaks the conventional understanding of human size distribution throughout history. It raises the kind of question that keeps statisticians up at night. If these were just rare cases of gigantism scattered randomly throughout the population, why are there so many documented cases, and why do they keep showing up specifically in ancient burial mounds? These analyses, which are meticulously referenced in our book, form the mathematical backbone of its argument that something genuinely unusual was happening in prehistoric North America. It's presented not as peer-reviewed scientific gospel, but as a compelling piece of evidence that deserves serious investigation rather than casual dismissal. Now, let's take a deep breath and find some middle ground between compelling statistical anomaly and universally accepted scientific evidence, because there are legitimate reasons why this debate continues to rage and why mainstream archaeology approaches these claims with the enthusiasm of someone being asked to pet a potentially rabid raccoon. First, The documentation itself is often about as reliable as a weather forecast from 3 weeks ago. As we've discussed extensively, 19th century archaeological standards were, to put it charitably, more like guidelines than actual rules. Early explorers and antiquarians were often enthusiastic amateurs whose methods would make modern archaeologists weep into their carefully calibrated measuring tools. Second, reburial practices, particularly after the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, NAGPRA, mean that many skeletal remains, including some that might have been classified as unusually large, have been respectfully returned to their descendant communities for proper reinterment, which removes direct physical evidence from potential scientific study. This is obviously a complex ethical issue that involves respecting indigenous rights and cultural practices, but it does make definitive scientific conclusions significantly more challenging. Third, sample bias is a real and persistent problem. Early excavators were probably way more likely to report, preserve, and get excited about unusually large or interesting discoveries, while completely ignoring the more mundane, average-sized skeletons that didn't make for good dinner party conversation. Finally, 19th century measurement standards were about as consistent as fashion trends, with no universal agreement on how exactly you should measure a skeleton, leading to potential inaccuracies, exaggerations, and the kind of measurement inconsistencies that would make modern statisticians break out in hives. But here's the thing that makes this whole debate so persistently fascinating. Even accounting for all these very reasonable caveats and methodological problems, the sheer volume and consistency of these reports across different time periods, geographical regions, and types of sources is genuinely difficult to completely dismiss or explain away. As you close your eyes tonight, safe and warm in your perfectly normal-sized bed, imagine the dim, echoing silence of one of those vast, anonymous museum storage vaults that most people never get to see. Picture a lone archivist moving quietly between endless rows of dusty archival boxes, each one containing fragments of forgotten histories and unanswered questions. You can almost hear the faint rustle of old papers yellowed with age, the hushed whispers of reports that never quite made it into the official narrative, and perhaps, just perhaps, the silent, patient presence of those larger-than-life bones waiting somewhere in the quiet darkness for someone to finally tell their complete story. From that dimly lit museum vault, let's dive into some specific case files. Think of it like a historical true crime podcast, except way more relaxing, and nobody's going to end up demanding justice on social media. Picture us flipping through old, brittle documents that smell like your grandmother's attic, mixed with the particular mustiness that only comes from papers that have been ignored for over a century. We're going to take a few quick, almost cinematic snapshots of some of the most compelling regional reports our book has compiled. Little vignettes that bring these past discoveries to life without requiring you to get up from whatever comfortable spot you've claimed. Just breathe in, breathe out, and let the everyday sounds of your modern world fade away while we listen to these echoes from a much stranger past. Our first case file transports us back to New York, because apparently that state just can't stop being interesting historically. Picture a small, circular mound that looks completely unremarkable, basically indistinguishable from the gentle rises in any farmer's field on one of those hazy autumn mornings when the air tastes like wood smoke and impending winter. The year is 1878, and a local historical society, probably driven by equal parts curiosity and the kind of enthusiasm that only comes from having too much free time and not enough Netflix, decides to excavate. Stick. The trowel hits compacted earth with that distinctive sound that immediately tells you you've hit something different. Scrape. More careful digging. And then, the unmistakable shape of bone that makes your heart skip a beat, because you know you've just found something that's been waiting patiently for over a century to tell its story. What they discovered wasn't just one skeleton doing its own private eternal rest thing, but multiple tall skeletons arranged in a precise circular pattern within the mound, like they were having some kind of eternal meeting that got permanently adjourned. One account from the New York Tribune, back when newspapers had to actually verify things before printing them, specifically highlighted several individuals exceeding 7 feet in stature, with remarkably large bone structure. You can almost feel the gentle vibration of the trowel against dry soil that's been undisturbed for centuries. The focused concentration of excavators carefully peeling back layers of time, like they're unwrapping the world's most delicate present. The sheer logistical effort required to bury so many large individuals in such a specific, purposeful arrangement really makes you wonder about the planning that went into this particular burial ceremony, doesn't it? Take a slow, peaceful breath. Our second vignette takes us back to Pennsylvania, where we're revisiting one of our favorite anatomical mysteries. It's 1881, near Sayre, and a group of farmers are doing the thankless work of clearing land, probably hoping to find nothing more exciting than some decent soil and maybe fewer rocks than expected. Instead, they discover a series of burial mounds that definitely weren't mentioned in the property deed. Inside one of these mounds, they find a skull that immediately makes everyone involved question whether they should have paid more attention during their Sunday school lessons about unusual biblical characters. This isn't just any ordinary cranium that you might expect from someone who lived before the invention of helmets. It's the one with those bony protrusions we discussed earlier. The horns that would make modern medical professionals reach for their textbooks and possibly a strong drink. The Athens News of the day reported a discovery of osseous protuberances 2 inches in length and extending above the forehead from a skull found in a burial mound, which is Victorian-era journalism speak for holy crap. This person had horns. Imagine the sensation of rich, damp earth that smells like centuries of growth and decay giving way beneath your fingers, only to reveal such an utterly alien anatomical feature. It's the kind of discovery that makes you instinctively touch your own forehead just to reassure yourself that it's reassuringly smooth and horn-free. Take another deep, calming breath. And for our final snapshot from these regional case files, we're taking a trip to New England, because apparently nowhere in the northeastern United States was having a normal 19th century when it came to unusual skeletal discoveries. Picture a quiet wooded area in what was then a genuinely remote part of Vermont, the kind of place where the loudest sound would have been your own footsteps crunching through fallen leaves. It's sometime in the 1890s, and perhaps some gentleman antiquarian, more of an enthusiastic collector than an actual scientist, is exploring an old, forgotten burial ground that probably hadn't seen human visitors in decades. He uncovers a jawbone that's obviously human, but immediately strikes him as wrong in ways he can't quite articulate until he gets a closer look. The size is startling enough, clearly belonging to someone who would have towered over everyone else in their community. But then he notices something that makes his Victorian sensibilities do a complete somersault. Distinct, double rows of teeth. One local journal of the era, the Vermont Antiquarian Outlook, which sounds like the kind of publication that would have exactly 12 subscribers, all of whom knew each other personally, noted this jaw as having a complete second set of molars behind the first, a most singular dental arrangement. You can almost smell that faint, metallic scent of old newspaper ink mixed with the earthy dampness of the woods as you imagine reading this breathless account, watching the words struggle to convey the sheer biological impossibility of such a discovery. Take one more slow, peaceful breath and let that quiet New England forest absorb your sense of wonder and confusion. What these 3 little vignettes collectively highlight is just how pervasive and geographically widespread these anatomical anomalies really were. The records from New York, Pennsylvania, and New England that are carefully cited in our book indicate a pattern of discoveries that seem to stubbornly refuse to conform to any easy explanations or convenient dismissals. But once again, we have to acknowledge the delicate and often frustrating dance between discovery and loss that characterizes so much of 19th century archaeology. Documentation and preservation standards varied about as much as fashion trends across different regions and time periods. Some of these remarkable remains, especially the more complete or spectacularly unusual specimens, were indeed carefully packed up and sent to major institutions like the Smithsonian or various local historical societies, where they were properly catalogued, studied by people with actual degrees, and then sometimes, eventually reburied, lost in bureaucratic shuffles, or just quietly disappeared into the vast storage systems that seem to swallow inconvenient evidence. Others, discovered by private individuals or local farmers who were just trying to clear their land, might have crumbled to dust the moment they were exposed to fresh air after centuries underground, or been hastily reinterred without any formal record keeping, beyond maybe a mention in the local paper and some stories that got passed down through families. This creates a situation where often the only lasting evidence of these remarkable discoveries is a yellowing newspaper clipping or a local legend that gets more embellished with each retelling. As you settle deeper into whatever cozy nest you've built for tonight, safe and warm and probably grateful that your own skeletal system falls within perfectly normal parameters, just let these images of ancient earth and mysterious bones drift gently through your mind. The soft thump of a trowel hitting something that's been hidden for centuries. The rich smell of old ink on paper that's trying to document the impossible. The quiet fields and forgotten forests, where incredible discoveries were briefly brought into the light before disappearing back into the shadows of history. These case files represent just tiny glimpses into a much larger tapestry of mysteries that invite you to rest comfortably in the beautiful uncertainty of stories that may never be fully told. From those fascinating but frustrating case files, we must now dive into what is honestly the most depressing chapter of our entire journey. I want you to imagine that perfect moment of silence that happens right before something important breaks. You know, that hush that falls over everything like the world is holding its breath. Picture the soft whisper of old leaves rustling on a quiet autumn night. Except this sound represents something much more profound. The sound of time itself, and the heartbreaking fragility of evidence that refuses to stick around long enough to answer our questions. We're about to talk about what happens when ancient bones, after spending centuries peacefully minding their own business in the dark, protective earth, suddenly get introduced to the harsh reality of modern air and well-meaning but ultimately destructive human curiosity. Here's where our story takes a turn that would make any historian want to cry into their coffee. A recurring theme runs through our sourcebook's accounts, like a particularly tragic song that keeps getting stuck in your head. The absolutely soul-crushing inevitability of loss. Time and again, records describe incredible skeletons, including some of those very giants we've been discussing throughout this journey, that literally crumbled to dust the moment they were exposed to air, like some kind of archaeological vampire effect, but way less dramatic and way more disappointing. Picture the scene. Frantic excitement of discovery, careful brushing away of centuries of soil, everyone holding their breath as they reveal what could be the find of the century, only to watch helplessly as priceless evidence disintegrates before their eyes, turning into fine powder that gets blown away by the first decent breeze. It's exactly like finding a perfectly preserved ancient manuscript that you've been searching for your entire career, only to have it burst into flames the moment you crack open the cover. This wasn't just occasional bad luck that you could blame on someone having an off day. This was a consistent, maddeningly frustrating pattern that left many 19th century excavators seriously questioning their career choices and possibly developing drinking problems. And if the bones managed to survive their dramatic introduction to oxygen, they faced an entirely different gauntlet of potential destruction, the dreaded transfer process. Many specimens, carefully packed and shipped across multiple states to prestigious institutions like the Smithsonian, somehow managed to get lost in transit, misplaced in overstuffed storerooms that were basically the archaeological equivalent of that junk drawer everyone has in their kitchen, or simply forgotten amidst the overwhelming vastness of ever-growing collections that nobody had quite figured out how to organize properly. It's like a bureaucratic black hole specifically designed to swallow ancient bones and any hope of future scientific study. Then there are the documented cases of what the records euphemistically call reburials after brief display, which is Victorian speak for "we showed it off for a while and then buried it again." Picture a magnificent 8-foot skeleton, painstakingly cleaned and carefully articulated, maybe even briefly put on display for the public to gawk at and have their minds appropriately blown, only to be systematically dismantled and reinterred at some later date, often without precise recataloguing or detailed location records that would allow future researchers to find it again. The reasons for these reburials were all over the map. Lack of adequate storage space in institutions that were already bursting at the seams, shifting scientific priorities as new discoveries constantly demanded attention, evolving ethical considerations about displaying human remains, or simply the mind-numbing logistical nightmares of managing vast collections without the benefit of modern digital tracking systems that make finding things slightly less impossible. Now, let's take a moment to inject some gentle scientific reality into this tale of frustration, because there's actually a perfectly reasonable, if deeply annoying, explanation for much of this heartbreak. From a scientific perspective, specifically the field of taphonomy, which is basically the study of how organisms decay and sometimes become fossilized, or in this case, spectacularly fail to become fossilized, long-buried organic and even partially mineralized remains can indeed deteriorate with shocking speed when they're removed from the stable, oxygen-free environment of their graves. For centuries, these bones are essentially living in a protective bubble, shielded from the elements, from bacteria, from the very air that keeps us alive, but apparently has it out for ancient skeletal remains. Once they're exposed to oxygen, along with changes in temperature and humidity that would make even modern humans cranky, they become incredibly fragile, almost like elaborate sculptures made of spun sugar that were never meant to be touched. 19th century excavation methods, bless their enthusiastic but crude hearts, weren't exactly known for their delicate touch either. They often accidentally accelerated this decay process, turning what might have been salvageable evidence into disappointing piles of dust faster than you could say significant archaeological discovery. So while these scientific explanations are perfectly logical and supported by modern understanding of preservation chemistry, the sheer, repeated pattern of loss across so many important discoveries still feels like the universe is playing some kind of cosmic practical joke on anyone trying to solve these mysteries. Our sourcebook uses this very real scientific reality to explain why so much evidence that should theoretically exist in museum collections simply doesn't, leaving us with a documentary record that's more full of holes than a piece of Swiss cheese that's been used for target practice. It's a completely natural phenomenon that has the unfortunate side effect of shrouding the past in even more mystery than it already had, which frankly seems unfair to those of us trying to figure out what the hell was actually going on. As you settle deeper into whatever perfectly modern, normal-sized bed you've claimed for the night, safe and warm, and probably grateful that your own bones aren't at risk of spontaneously turning to dust, I want you to imagine something peaceful about all this loss. Picture these bones not crumbling in despair or frustration, but gently, gracefully returning to the earth that cradled them for so many centuries. Softly, slowly, dissolving back into the rich soil like they're just completing a natural cycle that was always meant to happen this way. The organic materials fade away, leaving behind maybe just a faint mineral stain in the earth as a quiet whisper of what once was. Not a tragedy, but a gentle homecoming. It's a slow, inevitable process, like a final act of returning to where everything began. Now take a slow, deep breath and let that image of peaceful return settle into your thoughts. We've walked through the documented losses, the scientific explanations, and all the frustrating gaps that make history feel like a puzzle with half the pieces missing. Breathe out slowly and let this understanding of fragility and mystery settle into the quiet spaces of your mind, where unanswered questions go to rest. We are now approaching the final stretch of our journey. We've encountered grand claims that would make Hollywood scriptwriters jealous, anatomical anomalies that would confuse medical students, and the kind of frustrating evidence disappearances that would make conspiracy theorists feel vindicated. So let's take a quiet moment here. Pull up that metaphorical comfortable chair next to me. Maybe grab that warm blanket you've hopefully been cuddling with this whole time. We're going to sit with these bizarre stories for a bit and try to understand not just what got reported, but why these particular tales gained such incredible traction in 19th century America, and what they reveal about the psychology of the people who were so eager to tell and retell them. This is where we wade into the murky waters of historical psychology and politics, examining how a genuinely fascinating mystery can sometimes get weaponized by people with agendas that have nothing to do with actual historical truth. Let's start with what historians call the mound builder myth, which sounds innocent enough, but is actually kind of a historical dumpster fire when you dig into the details. If you've been following along on our weird little expedition, you know we started with those very real, genuinely impressive earthworks built by indigenous cultures throughout North America, sophisticated constructions created by peoples like the Hopewell and Adena, who were clearly operating at a level of engineering and social organization that would impress modern city planners. But here's where things get uncomfortable. In 19th century America, these incredible architectural achievements posed a serious problem for the dominant settler narrative that was driving westward expansion. Think about it from the perspective of someone trying to justify taking land from people you've convinced yourself are primitive. If Native Americans were demonstrably capable of such sophisticated engineering, complex social organization, and astronomical precision, how exactly could European settlers maintain their convenient belief that they were bringing civilization to an empty continent populated by simple peoples? This cognitive dissonance created a perfect storm of motivated reasoning. Enter the mound builder myth, stage right, with a solution so convenient it practically came with a bow on top. This narrative suggested that those magnificent earthworks weren't actually built by the ancestors of the Native Americans, who were currently living there and inconveniently existing on land that settlers wanted. Instead, they were supposedly constructed by some mysterious, vanished, and crucially, superior race, often described as white-skinned or even giant, because apparently regular-sized non-white people building impressive things was just too threatening to the colonial worldview. This myth was like a get-out-of-guilt-free card that allowed settlers to rationalize their westward expansion and the systematic displacement of indigenous populations by effectively stealing Native Americans' own architectural history and attributing it to some conveniently extinct people who couldn't object to the appropriation. It was an incredibly powerful tool in the propaganda arsenal of Manifest Destiny, mixing what might have started as genuine curiosity about the mysterious past with deeply ingrained racist assumptions and expansionist motives that made land theft feel like a civilizing mission. Now, let's gently acknowledge what modern science actually has to say about all this, because it's important to distinguish between compelling historical narratives and what can actually be verified through rigorous archaeological investigation. Mainstream archaeology today is refreshingly straightforward on this topic. Many of those sensational 19th century claims about giant skeletons are unfortunately either outright hoaxes, created by people with too much time and questionable ethics, misinterpreted discoveries resulting from inadequate excavation methodology and enthusiasm exceeding expertise, or wildly exaggerated newspaper reports written by journalists who understood that giant skeleton discovered sold a lot more papers than normal-sized skeleton discovered. The scientific consensus firmly and unequivocally attributes the construction of these earthworks to the indigenous Adena, Hopewell, and Mississippian cultures, who were and are the legitimate mound builders deserving full credit for their remarkable achievements. As for the giant race theory that's been the star of our evening's entertainment, mainstream archaeology does not accept it as scientifically validated, primarily because of the consistent lack of properly documented, peer-reviewed physical evidence that would meet modern standards of scientific scrutiny. So while our sourcebook dives deep into the historical reports and explores the cultural impact of these persistent stories, it's operating within a framework that fundamentally challenges the established academic consensus. which is always an interesting position to find yourself in, academically speaking. This brings us to a genuinely fascinating psychological and cultural question that keeps historians and anthropologists busy at conferences. Why do human societies, across different time periods and cultures, seem to have this persistent need to craft these lost race myths? And more specifically, why did this particular version, the Mound Builder myth, complete with its cast of giants, resonate so deeply and persistently in 19th century American popular culture? Maybe it functioned as a form of psychological comfort food, providing a narrative framework that helped people make sense of a new, vast, and often genuinely unsettling landscape that was filled with mysterious monuments they couldn't easily explain. Perhaps it was a cognitive coping mechanism for processing the sheer, overwhelming scale of these earthworks, which seemed to completely contradict the commonly held but deeply racist perceptions of primitive indigenous peoples that made land appropriation feel morally acceptable. Or perhaps, and this is the darkest interpretation, it was a subtle but incredibly effective way to otherize the entire indigenous past, creating a convenient historical vacuum that could then be filled with whatever settler narrative best served the political and economic needs of the moment. These stories allowed 19th century Americans to deny the continuous cultural lineage and sophisticated achievements of Native American peoples, making it psychologically easier to justify their systematic removal from ancestral lands. The giant skeleton stories served multiple purposes. They explained away impressive indigenous architecture, they satisfied curiosity about mysterious discoveries, and they reinforced existing power structures by suggesting that anything truly remarkable must have been created by someone other than the people who were currently inconveniently standing in the way of progress. As you sink deeper into whatever cozy sanctuary you've created for tonight, safe and warm and probably grateful that you live in an era where historical mysteries don't typically get used to justify taking other people's homes, let's end on a note that's both soothing and intellectually honest. Sometimes, dear listener, the most profound comfort can actually be found in embracing ambiguity rather than demanding definitive answers to every question that keeps us up at night. History isn't always a neat, perfectly solvable puzzle where every piece fits together in a satisfying way that makes sense. Sometimes, it deliberately leaves entire rooms filled with quiet mystery, spaces that invite our imagination to wander freely, to ponder possibilities without the pressure of reaching a final, conclusive verdict. The fact that these debates still exist, that these stories continue to persist alongside well-established scientific consensus, doesn't have to be a source of intellectual tension or frustration. Instead, it can serve as a beautiful testament to the enduring human need to tell stories about ourselves and our past, to create narratives that help us make sense of a world that is often far stranger, more complex, and more morally ambiguous than any single explanation can fully capture. So breathe out slowly and gently. Let those unresolved questions hover softly in your mind, not as burdens that demand immediate solutions, but as quiet, patient companions in the vast, peaceful landscape of historical mystery that surrounds us all. Our strange little expedition through the genuinely bewildering landscape of giants, vanishing evidence, and historical mysteries is finally winding down. Let's circle back to where we started this whole adventure, shall we? Picture those earthworks one more time, now bathed in the soft golden light of dusk that makes everything look like it's been professionally photographed for a nature documentary. The air has that perfect stillness that only happens right before night officially takes over, broken only by the gentle hum of insects who are apparently more punctual about their evening schedules than most humans. You can hear the almost inaudible whisper of tall grass swaying in the evening breeze, and those ancient mounds just stand there, silent as ever, keeping their secrets like the world's most patient therapists. So what exactly have we covered during our weird little tour through the forgotten corners of American history? We started with those breathless 19th century newspaper reports that read like someone was competing for the most unbelievable discovery award. Moved through the rich and complex tapestry of Native American oral traditions that speak of ancient conflicts with red-haired, white-skinned giants who apparently had serious boundary issues. We explored the fascinating copper extraction stories from Lake Superior, imagining a time when people were pulling massive quantities of metal out of the earth with tools that would make modern miners laugh and cry simultaneously. We even dared to examine some truly bizarre anatomical claims, those startling reports of people sporting double rows of teeth like prehistoric sharks, and skulls that came with their own horn accessories that would have made helmet shopping a real challenge. In our attempt to make sense of these anomalies, we waded through some of the more creative scientific theories, like those Neanderthal hybrid explanations that try to connect ancient genetic lineages to anatomically impossible discoveries, with the confidence of someone playing six-dimensional chess. Of course, we also soberly examined why so much of this potentially earth-shattering evidence had the annoying habit of fading away or vanishing entirely. Whether through the archaeological equivalent of spontaneous combustion upon exposure to fresh air, getting lost in the bureaucratic maze of museum transfers that would challenge modern logistics experts, or simply being reburied with varying degrees of documentation. And we acknowledged the rather inconvenient fact that modern archaeological consensus firmly rejects most of these sensational claims, instead giving full and well-deserved credit for those incredible earthworks to the ingenuity and sophisticated engineering skills of indigenous cultures like the Adena, Hopewell, and Mississippian peoples, who managed to create architectural wonders without needing any mysterious giant consultants. But here's where we transition from academic discussion to the real reason you're probably listening to this at whatever ungodly hour you've chosen for your historical entertainment. The journey, for you, is supposed to end in rest, not in you lying awake, wondering whether giants were running around prehistoric America like some kind of ancient basketball league. Let your breathing slow down, deepen, become as gentle and regular as those evening breezes we've been imagining. Feel yourself sinking deeper into whatever mattress, couch, or impossibly comfortable pile of blankets you've assembled for tonight. The final image I want to leave you with is simple. The land itself, not just sitting there passively waiting for archaeologists to dig it up, but actively participating in this whole story as a silent witness and keeper of memories. The land remembers things, dear listener. It remembers the rhythm of ancient footsteps, the weight of those massive earthwork constructions, the whispered stories passed down through generations, and yes, even the bones that eventually return to its embrace, like prodigal children coming home. It holds on to memories that we, with all our frantic note-taking and scientific debates, have somehow managed to forget or argue ourselves out of believing. Before you drift too far into whatever peaceful unconsciousness awaits you, if you've actually enjoyed this calm journey into the weirder corners of historical speculation, maybe let me know about it. Drop a comment about which bizarre story or oddly specific detail from tonight's episode particularly caught your imagination. Was it the double teeth that would terrify dentists, the horned skulls that challenge everything we thought we knew about human anatomy, or maybe those legends of giants casually commuting to work on the backs of mastodons? And if you found this quiet exploration into historical weirdness genuinely soothing rather than sleep disrupting, a gentle like and subscribe would be a really kind way to support these nocturnal wanderings into the forgotten corners of the past. For those of you whose curiosity is still gently humming, even as sleep starts tugging at your consciousness, here are some breadcrumbs for further exploration if you ever find yourself wide awake at 3 a.m. wondering about ancient mysteries. If you're curious about which mound sites actually have the most reliable, professionally documented skeletal collections that you could theoretically verify, your best bet is probably consulting the archives and official catalogues of major institutions like the Smithsonian and Carnegie Museums, which house some of the best preserved and most rigorously documented remains from this historical period. To understand the frustrating science behind why ancient bones sometimes decide to turn into dust the moment archaeologists get excited about them, diving into taphonomic literature would be enlightening. There's a surprising amount of research about how quickly organic and even partially mineralized remains can deteriorate when they're suddenly moved from their stable, oxygen-free underground homes into the harsh reality of surface conditions. For the actual archaeological evidence of prehistoric copper extraction on Isle Royale and how mainstream scientists interpret it without invoking Mediterranean trading expeditions, look for peer-reviewed reports on the extensive ancient mining sites throughout the Lake Superior Basin, which reveal truly impressive indigenous mining operations that required no overseas consultation. And if you're genuinely interested in reading some of those primary 19th century accounts of oversized skeleton discoveries for yourself, many regional newspapers and antiquarian journals from that period have been digitized and are now available through university archives or local historical societies, providing direct access to how these discoveries were reported by people who were presumably sober and trying their best to document the impossible. Rest now. Let those quiet mounds fold their ancient stories inward, like flowers closing for the night, their secrets settling back into the earth, where they've been patiently waiting for centuries. Let the questions that may have stirred in your mind drift away and disperse like smoke signals in the peaceful night air, carrying your curiosity gently into dreams. Sleep well, dear listener, and may whatever dreams come your way be filled with the kind of fascinating, gentle mysteries that make the world feel just a little more magical than it did when you first settled in to listen.